All right. Hello, everybody. How you doing? I'm a bit late today because I needed to grab a drink. So I've done nothing since the last live stream because I took a little break to focus on motion canvas. I released a new version today. Just to show you that I'm not slacking. You know, some cool stuff in here with custom cameras that can be like used to render the same scene in multiple viewports. Effects, which is something that we started working on that on the one live stream about motion canvas that I made like a month ago. So now that's finished. Yeah, some cool stuff. So Astortion is in the exact same state that I left it, you know, during the last live stream. Excuse me. Okay, so in case you don't know what we're doing, we are working on the UI for Astortion. If I could run it and show you, here's what we have so far, right? We have a little menu that we can enter, and we see nothing in it just yet. This is where the settings are. And we set up some, you know, transitions between different views. I would like to try and use states for them, see how that's gonna work out. And maybe figure out the viewport scaling, because that's also important. And a few transitions I don't think we're gonna handle today. But it would also be fun to like get started on the input hints, because that's something I'm excited about the most. Let me open Affinity Designer really quick, just so that we can see the mockups. Small Cody, thank you so much for the sub. I've only watched some of your first live stream. There's a lot of modules in your common crate. Did you figure out how to have larger crates not interfere with build times for hot reload? Hold on. I need to understand what you're asking. Did you figure out how to have larger crates not interfere with build times for hot reload? You cannot hot reload the common crate. If I need to change something in the common crate, I need to restart the game. The builds don't get cached. I mean, they do between like subsequent calls, but because I'm on Windows, I need to compile hot crates to a separate target, so they don't reuse, you know, the same data. But generally, I'll be splitting this huge crate into smaller crates eventually. If that's your question. If your question is like if I figure out a secret to how to not make this interfere with hot reload, then the answer is no. Because the compilation times are getting slower and slower as we add more stuff to the common crate. You're maintaining a lot of smaller crates in the workspace before for hot reload purposes. No, I wasn't. What are you talking about? We have the exact same amount of crates as previously. I didn't remove crates. We have the Blender crate for Blender, A-Sprite for A-Sprite processing. ASC is the main crate. And then we have DevTools for DevTools. common is the chunker, and then systems is for hot reload of the player, and interface is for hot reload of the UI. One personal preference is that the main menu should be pixel art, same style, but pixels. Just my opinion, though. Yeah, but like, who asked? It is annoying, actually. This is like the first time somebody annoyed me on the live stream. I said this specifically in the video announcing that, and I really don't want to have to talk with people about this on this live stream. So like, I would, if your take is, oh Jacob, I don't agree with the vision that you presented, then like, don't state it in the chat. I don't know if this is like too much to ask. Anyway, it's a great start to a live stream. I think we can start with the states for views and see where it goes. I was also thinking, because one thing that we got stuck on previously, if I can find it, somewhere in the interface. No, hold on, it's gonna be here in the UI. In the main menu. Yeah, here it is. So when we go back from like the settings to the main menu view, we kind of want to focus back on the main button that sort of opened the menu, right? So in this case, that's options. And right now we just go back to start game, which is bad. And in order to do that, we need to know what is the ID or the entity representing the options button. And I have no idea how to do that in like a nice way. Because like one simple solution would be to have a resource that stores the entity ID. And then just access it here and, you know, assign the entity ID whenever we spawn the button. Oh yeah, cool Rust news, not really related to Bevy, but Xylem 0.1 just released a couple days ago after being in development for a few years. Really nice to see. What is Xylem based on? Because I remember that name, but I don't remember. Oh, it is the line bender thingy. That's really cool. I'm gonna have to look into that. It's a few line bender projects. Yeah, because I know, because we're using Velo for rendering, so that's great. I like that your to-dos are in plain files. I like that too. Especially since I'm like working alone. So, you know, I don't think there's need for like Trello and whatnot. How are you animating the UI button effects? Looks really slick. It's just a spring. I have this little springs tracked, kind of like a timer, and I just update it each frame, and then I can get the current value and use it to drive animations. I don't expect you'll ever be able to slap Xylem into Bevy, but one can dream. You know, everything is possible. Yeah, going back to the main menu dilemma, right? Another thing that we could technically try and do would be to like have just one enum, right, for representing like element IDs or whatnot, and then have like, you know, the main menu button or like settings button, right? And then make this into a component and have a resource that sort of automatically finds the components and stores their IDs. But I feel like that would be a bit overcomplicating it. Are you using Bevy UI at all? No, not at all. We're using Velo and then just some entities representing a widget tree that is then rendered using Velo. One other thing that we could think of is like using this resource to store the previously selected entity. Right? Maybe not like a, I don't know. It depends if we're ever gonna have like a state machine when it comes to the transitions between the views. Because right now it is sort of a stack. We start with the start menu, and then we can open the settings. But then from within the settings, we can only go back. So it is sort of, you can think of it as pushing a state onto the stack. Like it's not a state machine, but like a, whatever that structure is called. And then the same thing sort of happens with going to the saves, because we press start game and then this opens, and then from within here, we can only really go back or start the game, which I guess starting the game would be going to like another state where there is nothing on the screen. They're like layers. Yeah, I'm trying to think if we could represent them this way, because then we could like store the return entity. No, you know what? I think I know what we should do. What are you? Main menu view. We're just gonna give you some hash. And here we're gonna store it as view, and then something like a focus map, and that's just gonna be a hash map from the main menu view to an entity. This is not gonna be 0, this is gonna be view. Okay, something like this. And now just whenever we transition to a new view, we can get the focused element resource in here. Can I get this? No. What are you? Can I dereference this? I don't remember. Yeah, I can. So now if there is something focused, we're just gonna store it in this hash map, and then we can, you know, retrieve it when we traverse back to that view. If there are layers, you can set up enabled, disabled layer components on a bunch of resources and then relate them with systems, handle composition that way. I think you're talking about a different problem, because we do already have visibility and interactivity components, and they are used to like drive what is being drawn on the screen. But I'm trying to go back to whatever element was focused previously. And what you're saying is a really good idea, right? That's true. But like, I'm trying to make it so that, you know, when we focus on the settings button and then open the settings and then come back, we end up having the settings button in focus, because that's not the case currently. How do we do that? Is it insert? Oh, we need to do this before that. So we want to use the state as the key and then entity as the value. Just take the key first. What's your current data model for each layer window again? I don't know what the data model is in this context. Okay, and then instead of setting none, we're gonna do flat sum entity can probably automate this later. Can't find entity. Oh, because I misspelled it. Okay. Okay, so this should work, technically. could probably later make it so that we just pass the focus into the set method, and the set method is going to do all of that work for us. Yeah, so I open the settings, I go back, and options is selected. Okay. I wonder if a focus stack would fit your use case. I guess that does a worse job of enforcing that each layer only has a single focused element. Yeah, but the transition between views cannot be described as a stack. So I'm not sure how the focus stack help here. If it could, that would be awesome, because then we could do exactly that. We could just push a state and then pop it and go back. But this is a problem, right? Because we go from start menu to select the save, and then from select the save, we're gonna go to some completely different state. But the hash map should be okay for our purposes. Let me see if we can rewrite this. So we take the value and we also take a reference to the focused element. I'm gonna dereference this twice again, I think. I'm gonna insert this into the focus map, and then we're gonna immediately do this thing. Hey, I just wanted to pop in and say hello. Super cool to see Astortion Dev live. Hi, welcome to the live stream. Thanks so much. I guess my question is, what are focused elements direct relations currently? I don't know what focused elements sits in your current stack. I don't understand what you're asking about. I don't know what direct relations are. Focused element stores the entity ID of the currently focused element in the menu. So the thing that's highlighted as the currently selected button. So given my answer, can you explain to me what are the direct relations of focused element? Because I'm not sure I understand that terminology. Okay, and then instead of retrieving, main menu, we're just gonna retrieve the view that we transition to, and then we're gonna assign this. So now we don't need to do any of that. We just need to pass it each time we want to switch to a different state. Maybe we could even like make this into one resource. No, we probably shouldn't because there may be other things using that. Or maybe it just shouldn't be a resource. Maybe the currently focused element should just have a component. By direct relations, I meant what relates to deals with focused element, whether that's by something referencing it, or it being commonly paired with another component, or it being on resources. Okay. How did you do your player controller? I wrote it. Using sort of the same approach that the character controller from Rapier uses. So basically, you know, raycasting, excuse me, your way through the world, seeing if you collide with anything, and then based on the slope, deciding if you should slide or if you should just bounce off of it. It's a bit complicated, but I do think I will make a video about it eventually. If you were to graph out your system, what are the significant edges touching the bit? That's like a really overly mathematical way of talking about this, isn't it? I feel like you could have just asked like what systems use that thing. But I guess it's correct, so. Once I was working for 2 days and I was working on gitted code with no head, then I checked out back in time and all not branched commits disappeared. Okay, so this works, but now I'm not sure if it's not gonna prevent us from using Bevy states for that. Trying to think about this. So states will require us to sort of access multiple resources because we need the current state and the next state resource. And this operation requires both because we need to set the next state, but we also need to know what the previous state was, like here. But I guess we could try that. I'm gonna commit this. and see how this would look like with Bevy states. It's gonna be an enum because I guess the state enum is just gonna be the menu view. I guess the only question is if it can be both states and components without causing any trouble. So we can always wrap it in a dedicated component if necessary. Can we reflect states? No. Okay. Because I don't even know what it would do if we could do that. That's state and next state. Yeah, okay. Let's initialize state. Main menu view. Okay. We still need this as a resource, but we no longer need a view here, and this can be called, I guess, just a focus map for now. Let's call it main menu state. Okay. Now we're just gonna make a system param. So I guess that would work best. We're gonna need our focus map. The state. And next state. I guess we don't need this. Oh, what's the matter? System param is not satisfied. Is state a resource? Oh, a comma. You might be able to give each UI element that participates in focus maintenance a component, have the component reference either a unique index or a focus group component on some resource, and then have focus be dispatched either of the index in some ambient state or stick the state in the focus group component, I think. It's bothering me that you're calling this focus maintenance, by the way. But it's like you could make your message. Never mind. I'm thinking about this. This is what I was referring to at the beginning of the live stream. I mean, you're recommending an index. I would probably just use an enum so that I don't need to remember specific values for like the indices. But I'm trying to think if there ever would be a situation where this would mess me up. There is a problem with verifying the interactivity of a component. For example, where is the, no, not the focus map, focus element. Yeah, when we trigger a navigate event, we need to check if the entity that we want to navigate to is actually interactable. But I wonder, when do we dispatch this event? We dispatch it whenever we want to navigate. Maybe that could work. An enum could work, but also dynamic stuff could throw you off. But you could reserve an enum arm for that. There is no dynamic stuff though. We're not generating UI based on data or anything like that. We have a really nice static predefined UI to work with. Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about when it comes to that solution is that there may come a situation later in the future when I have the index or the enum and I need to retrieve the entity, and this will cause me to, like, you know, look for it, iterate over every single entity and see if it has this index, because there is no way to do like an inverse lookup in this situation. Okay, I'm gonna finish this and then take a look into an enum. So this is gonna just be state get, and then this no longer needs focus. Oh yeah, because now we can also store it in here. As a part of this system parameter. It's gonna be self-focused. Key is gonna be state.get. It's gonna be next state.set. And that's gonna be self.focused. And that should be the exact same logic represented using the state param. Maybe. Almost. Yeah, focus map. Could use some dereference. And it's gonna return a reference. I guess we can return it as well. Here we can dereference because it is copy, I think. Okay, now we can try using this system param instead. I like starting focus on the view, that feels right. If I understand correctly, you'd want focus states to be nearby other view level data. When you reload the view, see where you need to apply focus. Yeah, but then when you change focus, you need to look up the view somehow. Especially since we can have like nested views, like in the settings, because this is a view, but then inside of it you have a nested view for each tab, right? So I would assume that the focus would be maintained between tabs when switching to different tabs, but then you also have like, you know, this at the top where you can hover your mouse and click on them. So you would need a way to figure out which view the given entity belongs to. How do you currently handle keyboard navigation within elements within a view, because that involves knowing the views available and relevant elements? elements reference other elements that should be navigated to when pressing a key button. So this button has a navigation up component that points to this button. So when I press up, I focus on this element. So they aren't all related to some other component resource for grouping purposes. How do tabs know what to swap in and out? They are parented to the view. When you toggle off if I go to the settings view and I go to visibility, wherever it is here, oh, the settings, now it's hidden. I cannot change it, but when I go to options, it toggles the visibility to hidden, so it hides all of the elements. And there's a similar resource for interactivity, which gets disabled. So all the elements inside get disabled. But it's propagated like visibility. The elements themselves don't reference the view. That dev overlay looks like EGUI, is it? Yes, it is a GUI. In fact, it's a crate called Bevy Inspector EGUI that I highly recommend. Really, really nice crate. State, main menu, state. Oh wait, what have I done? I got rid of the input. Probably shouldn't. Okay, this should do exactly the same thing. Oh yeah, because get now returns a reference. Maybe let's not do that. Oh wait, okay, that's a state, so we cannot do anything about that. We do need to reference that. Hierarchy query extension iterate ancestor would let you look for a parent with a component for storing focus state, an optional reference to focus components if you're handling this with parent-child relationships. Yeah, but isn't like the whole point of ECS to not do that? Right? Like, because then your system basically needs like access to all of the entities, to the entire scene graph, so it can traverse it upwards. I know that this is a possibility. It's cool to know that there's a built-in way for that though, because I didn't know about that. I'd rather actually, since most of the things are static, we could probably even get away with just giving them a component. Like here, I make the view, right, and then I make the tabs. So like I could give them a component with a reference to this entity when instantiating it. Like that's in the range of possibilities, and then we wouldn't need to traverse the tree at all. And maybe that's something that I should do. Okay, so it no longer works. It worked here, but it didn't work. What have I done to break it? Okay, I don't know. I did break it somehow. It's my favorite type of breaking. If you don't want to rely on that, then don't rely on parent visibility for what's visible, LOL. At least not in the way you're currently doing. You'd have to stick some explicit components on. I don't know. Hello Otaku, welcome to the stream. Even if I were to store the focus entity on the view, this is messing me up. Because if there's a view in here that's inside of another view, and I'm switching to the top level view. Is your player composition all one entity? I'm not sure what you mean by composition, but the player is two entities. If you like just mean the player, there's one top level entity for like the collider and stuff, and then inside of it there's a sprite entity currently. That's a really basic thing. Because the final ingredient that I'm missing is like focusing on an element when the view becomes interactive. And maybe that is a problem, even with the current implementation, because we do this immediately when we switch the state. We're like, oh, let's make this entity. I wonder if there's a way to make like a system that would detect this. It's like, oh, this view's interactivity changed. We could have a system like that. We could sort of rely on the fact that when a view transition happens, the previously focused element will no longer be focused. Hello, welcome to the live stream. Not Shalevik. Apologies if I butchered your name, but welcome. Maybe focus should live with the seed that is the set of input devices associated with a single user. I don't know what you're getting at. I think a good way to think about it might be multiple seeds. Imagine you have two controllers plugged in with two focuses. How do you maintain coherence and expected behavior with multiple simultaneous inputs, sometimes close to each other, sometimes far away? But we don't have multiple input devices. I mean, like, obviously, if you have multiple input devices, you store multiple focuses for each input device. I don't see what you're getting at with this. My problem is not with the fact that the tabs will have to be somehow handled by the mouse. It's just that the view that we transition from the menu is the view of the settings as an entirety, and then inside of it you have like a nested view. Like that's what I'm thinking about right now. Because even here, when I switch to the settings view, I have no idea which actual view is being displayed as the current enabled tab or active tab. But I'm thinking if we just had a system. No, I don't know actually. If we could have a system that checks the current focus, and if its view is no longer interactive, it finds the new focus on whatever view is currently active. You don't need to know what's active to an extent if the focus is stored on or nearby the UI element resources themselves. What we just said doesn't make any sense. You don't need to know what's active to an extent if the focus is stored on or nearby the UI element resources. If the focus is stored on nearby UI element resources, I know what's active because it's stored in a resource. My stream was muted. What's going on? Nothing. I said hello to you and then probably butchered your name. So you didn't miss much. You have a way to deactivate hide elements already. Yes, I talked about this like 5 minutes ago. Or are you doing the like, oh, I'm gonna ask you a question, right? Because I'm trying to like lead you to something using questions. I'm gonna think about this on my little break because it's been an hour. So I'll be back in 6 minutes, guys. I'll see you then. Okay, I'm back. I thought about this. Here's what I thought. What I came up with, I guess, is how you'd say that. I will not worry about it right now because I don't know. I just don't like to think about live stream on live streams because it's always it always doesn't work. Is what I'm trying to say. I like to just like be alone and consider what I want to do with complex problems like that. So instead, we're gonna focus on something else today. And I'm gonna leave it for myself as a little treat. So generally speaking, one thing that we need to do, because it's getting a little bit crazy, is make it so that the UI can actually hide once we enter the game, right? So we're gonna leave the settings for now like as they are, and we're just gonna make it so that we start the game in the main menu, sort of like an overarching top level state, and then we can transition to the game state, and then there's just no UI in the game state. So that I can, use this version for playtests, because currently, we're sort of in this weird situation where the game is not playable because we have this menu in here that works at the same time as the game is being played. Do it first, then do it well. Yeah, but like clearly I'm struggling with doing it first. Right? I'm not even thinking about like, overcomplicating it or like doing it properly or whatever. Just having something that works and works well. Okay, I'm assuming that the main menu is gonna be always visible. We will probably need like a top level entity for the main menu though. Bevy makes it easy to manage states, shouldn't take too long. In fact, state management is great in Bevy. I know, that is 100% correct. We just need to nicely wrap the menu into something that we can disable all at once and not worry about it. Would this entail both hiding elements and pausing their processing, or are you planning to unload the menu when it's missing? No, we're probably just gonna have a run condition for the systems that deal with menu, and just not have it run when we are in the gameplay state. That would be my first instinct. But I don't think I'm gonna despawn entities. I don't think it's that beneficial. Especially since the menu itself is really simple, and then the settings are the most complex ones, but we do want to access them from within the pause menu, right? So they will need to sort of be there whenever the player needs to reach them. Okay, so. I'm probably gonna wanna turn these into not systems, but rather just functions that return the created entity. This won't have to be hot anymore. And same goes for this. Ooh, what are you using writer for? Oh, okay, to sort of select the thing at the beginning. We can handle that later. Yeah, so we're just gonna take the commands, return an entity. In fact, we're just gonna take a mutable reference to commands. And then this is settings. No, not settings, stop, settings. And this is gonna be main menu. So it doesn't have to be hot anymore. Okay. Just gonna have one system that handles this. Some mutable commands. Maybe some local. So we're gonna spawn what? This could also be a view, I guess. We could probably just use the view bundle. Just call it UI. Or maybe not, maybe it shouldn't be a view, now as I think of it. Yeah, I probably just want these two. And then what? We can just take the ID, right? Or we don't even need to do that. Hold on. And say let settings is equal to spawn settings UI like this, and that let main menu is equal to spawn menu UI. Okay. Then here we can immediately do push children. Okay. What is your issue? Okay, that was an old one. Interactivity bundle. And that's just me not being able to spell. Okay. Okay. And this is gonna be spawn hot for now. Okay, that should get us to the exact same point that we were previously, once I get this to compile. Have you ever tried Vim key bindings? Yes. So here's a cool story. This is a subject that we go to on like every single live stream, because there's always a person who's like, have you tried Vim? Have you tried Helix? I cannot use a keyboard properly. I'm currently trying to learn using like monkey type and stuff, because it's really difficult for me to use the Vim key bindings, because I'm only using like 3 of my fingers to type. But I am planning on switching to, I would like to try out Helix first. I do have Vim installed, by the way. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Why am I putting it here? Oh no, I wasn't putting it here. Okay, I just forgot to remove it. So yeah, I tried. I do like the concept. I'm not good enough yet. I will switch. That's the TLDR. Skiri, thank you for the sub. Okay, here we can just pass the reference because it's now a reference. And let's see. Okay, what do we have here? We have the UI. Yeah, we have the settings, we have the menu, and now we can do a little visibility hidden, and everything's gone. Sorry for the noise, had to sear my tea. As always, as per usual. Party Wumpus, thank you so much for the sub. Okay, now let's clean up this whole crate, because it's currently it only runs in hot reload, which is not ideal. So what do we have here? We have the spawning things. Then we have like update views. Update views doesn't have to be hot reloadable, because this is pretty much ready. I don't think we're going to be changing this anytime soon. Same with like update interactions. Actually, yeah, I would just move all of this back into the common crate and then only leave like the drawing logic in the hot reload, because it's really the only thing that we need to hot reload. So first of all, we don't have a separate module for a view, I don't think. It currently sits in here, which is not ideal. So let's take care of that as well. Seal all of this right here. Use some prelude maybe. Oh, can I type? That would be awesome. Okay, let's add this here. Have you considered putting hot reload machinery under crate features, or do the crate boundaries mess up Bevy's optimizations? We do have them under hot features. When I run hot reload, I run this thing, which enables the hot feature. And then in here, if the hot feature is enabled, we use the hot plugin. Otherwise, I'm adding the plugins from the systems directly, right? So this is what happens when we don't use hot reload. And then the hot reloadable crates define plugins in the following way. They have like the normal build. And then when the hot feature is enabled, they have this like run hot schedules, which runs them in like a hot reloadable way using the register system from Bevy. Right, so like it basically registers a system at the beginning, and then whenever clear hot systems is called, it clears them so that they are recreated, right? So we do have features for that. It's just that right now, if we go to the interface, as you can see, these are only called through hot. There is nothing that would call them without the hot feature. Okay, so it's a single feature for the whole workspace. I don't think, can you do that? Can you have single feature for the whole workspace? Currently, oh, maybe it is. Maybe you can. I thought for a second that it's like, it's just defined here, but it doesn't seem to be the case. No, it's not. It's the feature is per crate. I know what's I know what's happening here. It's just that, yeah, when I run the watch command, it also enables hot for the specific crate. I didn't know you can have like a feature for the entire workspace. That's interesting. But you have one top level hot feature you're operating. I don't know. I don't know how features work. Maybe you're right. But I don't have any hot feature defined here in the workspace cargo. So when I run hot here, this enables the hot feature for main. And then this enables the hot feature for systems. And here for the interface. This is like individual. Like I don't think that running main with hot enabled automatically enables. In fact, I know that it is not the case because I have the dev feature defined in the same way. And then in the player, inside of common, right here. Oh, okay, I don't know where it is. Oh, I removed it. But I tried using the dev feature in a common crate and it wouldn't work. It wouldn't be there. Well, anyway, we need to sort of replicate that structure. So let's continue getting rid of the view, because that's what I've been doing. Steal the anchor from the sprite crate for now. Interactivity bundle, okay. Is there anything else in Elements in regards to the view? I guess a whole plugin would be nice. Nice to have. Okay, and this is where we're gonna add the systems in just a second. So yeah, update views. Can go in here. Something this could be update. What are you doing? Updating the position based on the story camera. Okay. Well, that definitely should not run in update. There should be like post update. Post update after. What is this? It is abstract. I think that's what I need. Camera update system. Hold on. Let's take a look at the story camera. I'm gonna have to like set up the proper sets eventually. This is getting out of hand. Yeah, this runs before camera update system. So we're gonna run after camera update system to make sure that the camera's position is correct. Or rather that the camera value here is properly calculated. Not that it's important because like, you know, this will only actually run when the resolution changes. Okay, what about update interactions? Somebody recommended the navigation to only be like horizontal or vertical instead of having 4 cardinal directions during the last live stream, and I think it's a really good idea, and we should look into that as well. Because the more I look at this, the more it becomes clear that like, yeah, we only have like continuous navigation up and down or like left and right. There is no case where we would have navigation up, but there would be no navigation down at the same time. Because even if we're on the top, we just want to loop back. So we can do that, I guess, right after that. That would be a nice thing to add. Okay, so that's update view. Update interactions. This renders the dot. I don't think that's necessary anymore. I don't think we need that. In fact, yeah, we don't need the scene. This is gonna go probably here in the navigation thingy. Yeah, this can be handle navigation event, I guess. And this should be update navigation. Navigation input. Okay, and these should be chained. So we send the event and then we immediately handle it. Oh no, hold on, never mind, forget about it. Navigation, rookie mistake. Navigation is happening in the fixed update loop. Yeah, so we won't even need the hot update anymore. I thought you'd be propagating the hot feature down through crate dependencies. I could do that, but there's no reason to do it because when the hot feature in main is enabled, the hot crates are not used, right? Because they are being then compiled separately into a dynamically linked libraries. So while that's true, like I could do that, right? But you know, when hot is not enabled, or when hot is enabled, we don't even touch systems as a crate. In fact, I think it would be faster if I made it into an optional dependency and like disable it completely when hot is enabled. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that because then it wouldn't even be considered during compilation. Okay, excuse me. Where were we? Okay, now we probably just want to, as far as I know, you can make crates switch to dynamic on feature, allowing you to leave code in separate crates, but only deal with the hot entry point when necessary. But I currently have them dynamic always. I'm not sure what I would gain by like disabling it. I don't know much about this, by the way, right? I've been learning Rust for like what, 2 months, 2.5, but they're just always dynamic. And when I build in release mode, they just end up being embedded into the resulting executable. I don't know why that happens, but I don't know. It just happens and it works. Rust can do a bit more without dynamic linking. It will be similar to what happens in release mode, yeah. Yeah, but like define do more, like more optimization. Oh, but okay, so in release mode, it already does it, right? Because it doesn't produce a DLL. It includes it in the final executable. So what would be the point of making it not a dynamic library during development? It feels like you wouldn't want to do that. Because it's like more optimization, but I'm assuming it's also slower, right? Gonna move spawning into a separate little module in here. And then draw will also get its own little module. Let's copy all of this so we don't need to import it again. My reasoning was allowing you to switch hot for parts of crates on and off easier, so you'd be able to make compilation for whatever you're working on at the time faster and not have to manually move code between crates as much. You'd instead turn off more hot features as more parts stabilize. But hot reload requires a lot of boilerplate currently. Like, if you can link me to some hot reload setup of yours, I would really appreciate that, and I would look into it and see how it can be done. Because again, I'm new to this, but in my current setup, I need to configure hot reload for every crate that I want to be hot reloadable. Right, so I need to make this little fake module and like link to functions that are not mangled on the other side in the lib crate, in the library file of the crate, and then I can use them here. And then I have this observer that communicates with the system to like do a cleanup and stuff. But you know, again, I would be grateful if you could show me how it can be done the way you talk about. I can try for that, sure. You will have some amount of boilerplate. I don't understand that sentence. Try for what? Because I thought you were talking about something that you're doing. Or maybe I just got you wrong. So did you manage to do something like that where you can like enable hot reload for specific parts of the crate? Or do you just speculating that is possible? Or are you just speculating? Excuse me. I need to put together a demo for Bevy. I'm mostly familiar with conditional compilation and cargo configuration for other crates I've hacked on over time. What's conditional compilation? Conditionally compiled source code is source code that may or may not be considered a part of the source code depending on certain conditions. Source codes can be conditionally compiled using the attributes and the built-in macro. Okay. Yeah, I know. I wasn't aware of the name for that. Let's get all of these system params in here. Now I'm thinking about this, but I don't know how this would work. How could you like dynamically link only a specific function in a crate and not the entire crate? You would need to like patch the function pointer to point to a library. I don't know. Interesting. Definitely out of my depth. Okay, this is for drawing. This is for spawning. Now we can make a little plugin. Prelude right here. Okay. I'm gonna call it interface plugin. I could call it UI plugin, but that's already taken. naming things. Let's implement plugin for interface plugin. Okay, so here we're just gonna add the systems. When do they have to happen? I'm not sure how I managed to do that right now. Spawn UI is like whatever, it can run whenever it wants to. This can just be update. Spawn UI would be nice if it was public. Is the drawing that should happen at a specific time. Maybe user interface plugin instead of just interface. Interface may be too generic. It's the favorite type in discussion in programming, how to name things. It's like the best part is that there already exists a UI plugin. So we're just gonna make another plugin that's called like user interface plugin. I'm gonna think about this. But let's just set it up first and make it work. Draw UI, it needs to be public. Okay, so this is gonna be post update. Draw UI in set velo set render. An argument is missing. What are we talking about? Okay. And here just gonna run hot system, spawn UI, and then draw UI. Okay, we can do it like that. We probably don't even, oh no, we do. We need the world reference. Okay, that's gonna be it. And then we just need to do public use plugin, interface plugin. Okay, so actually this can be like that. Okay, so now if I just run the development version, it can just about work as expected. Is that UI plugin that you mentioned already shipped with Bevy or something like that? No, it's my own plugin. So we could rename that as well if you have any better names. Hold on, where is it? It's right here. So the UI plugin is just a plugin with a bunch of UI related plugins. It's like, you know, text button, navigation tab, stuff like that. Ooh. What is this? Cannot satisfy dependencies. So Bevy only shows up once. Okay, what is the problem then? They all use the workspace link, so that shouldn't be a problem. Missed my raid? Oh my god, so sorry. Thank you for the raid, Invisible Man, excuse me. I'm just blind. It's funny because like I can see it both here and also here. And still I still somehow miss these things. No problem. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Got it. So now I'm confused. Why do you need another plugin for UI if you already have one? Because the other one is in a different crate and it's responsible for like the actual behavior of the UI. So the first one is like reusable components and type definitions, and the other is like actual behaviors that spawn the UI and stuff like that. Okay, why are you doing this to me? Cannot satisfy dependency, so Bevy only shows up once. Having upstream crates all available in one format will likely make this go away. In one format. So the error happens when we get to the systems. Hi, what you cooking right now? Excuse me. UI. This is day 4 of doing UI. I'm cleaning up the crate and it doesn't seem to be working the way I would like it to work. Okay, small steps. If I go back to main, just to make sure that this is the cause of the issue and get rid of this. Is that what's causing the issue? UI is just a quick in and out 20-minute adventure, they say. Yeah, totally. Okay, yeah, so there's a problem with like using the interface plugin. What's wrong with it then? How is it different than the other two? Or is there some like collision between this one and the systems one? Maybe, okay, let's comment out the systems. See if just interface is gonna work. Okay, that's a bummer. So there is some collision between the two. They look literally the same. It's like no difference between them. We run it again just to make sure. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna look up this error to see. Okay, that makes sense. I would then name one like UI components plugin and the other one UI behavior plugin. It is an interesting idea. Okay, let's get rid of the dynamic linking entirely and see if this is gonna work. Okay, it is. So maybe there is some sense in. No, hold on, I don't know. Okay, but now it works even in the development mode, so that's awesome. Why is having them as dynamically linked? Why is it messing up the compiler? See, I'm just trying something that I saw in a GitHub issue. Wait, hold on. That's the wrong command. Cargo tree might give you some good info. That's a cargo error. Cargo tree, but that's not a dependency problem. It's at least from what I read up online, because I'm using workspace definition for every dependency, so they definitely have the same version. But apparently it's the dynamic linking that messes up the compiler. Your internal crates were complaining. Not only internal, like Bevy was also complaining. And it works now. Like, notice that it compiled after changing it to not being dynamically linked. Oh yeah, but this requires main to exist. Okay, I guess we're gonna need to make this conditional for now. If I could find that. So it is interesting that it requires me to have a main, but if I just get rid of this entirely, it works. Hi there, hello there. I wonder what is the default crate type when I don't specify anything. I would need to read up on that, but I don't want to do that on live stream. That's the biggest issue. Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna comment this out for now. Come back to it, figure it out eventually. Hey yo, hello. Trash Talk 217. Welcome to the live stream. Yeah, okay, let's not worry about this too much for now. I fixed my laptop. That's good to hear. Only took 2 days. Okay, I want to comment these changes, but I guess let's quickly see if hot reload is gonna continue working in the current setup. Yeah, it crashes now. Oh, of course it crashes. Because we got rid of the fixed update function. So we need to reflect this here. There is no more hot update. Or fixed update, excuse me. clear hot systems runs here. Okay, so we can do whatever we want here. We're gonna say in set velo set render, just to sort of replicate the other thing. Okay, here we go. That now works. This doesn't have to be in parentheses. And we can commit all of this. Unless there are any errors anywhere. No, it doesn't seem this way. It thinks that this is an error because I've yet to configure Clippy to actually use the features that I use, because right now it doesn't use any. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in 6 minutes, and then we're gonna implement the state machine for the menu and the game itself. I am back. How's it going, guys? Okay, state machine, overarching state machine. Yeah, we really need to do something about this common crate. I know this, I've been saying this for like the past 3 live streams. I'm gonna try to do something about it before the next live stream on Sunday. And if I don't manage to do that, we're gonna do it on live stream. We're gonna have a refactor live stream. Let's call it game state. Oh, that's the wrong directory. Let's use some Bevy prelude in here. In its state, I guess. Sounds like you're trying to motivate yourself to do it before next Sunday. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. There is gonna be main menu state, and then there's gonna be a story state, and that's all we have. As the overarching state, I don't think there's ever gonna be. If ever I feel like, okay, here's the thing. If the game is released and it becomes an overnight success, which it definitely will, of course, we all know that, then maybe we're gonna have like a level editor in here. Right, but for now, only main menu and story are the only thing that we are interested in. Joking, you mentioned earlier not looking to that sort of refactoring architectural work on stream. I don't actually remember. Maybe I did say that. But during the previous live stream, we've been actually joking about having like a refactoring live stream where we just do nothing but like refactor the code. Some time ago, we even tried to like display a graph of dependencies. That was fun, using like a Viz graph to figure out how to split it into smaller crates. Or not even crates, but like sub-modules, right? Okay, this is a game state. And this is a states, which needs a debug and probably something else that I cannot remember right now. Tell me, what do you need? Hash. What else? Equal. Can give you some equal. Clone. Anything else? No. All right. Default, I guess, if he wants to initialize the state. A default, yeah. Boo, time to ask another random question. What was the first random question? What's your favorite cheese? Are you the person who asked about my favorite food last time? Yes, okay. My first one was, yeah, okay. You're gonna have to like explain your reasoning here. If I didn't have a favorite food, what are the chances that I have a favorite cheese? I mean, I guess it is more specific. I don't have a favorite cheese though. This is what I buy in my grocery store. I think this is like the most basic cheese that you can find. How do you pronounce that? Gouda, okay. Whatever. Gouda is good. Okay, I'm glad we all agree. It's not cheese, but I do love American cheese, not just Kraft brand. Is American cheese is the one that's like melted, right? Like this melted rectangle kind of thing. Maybe we could have some like, yeah, still radioactive glowing squares. It is good though, it is. I recently saw there's this YouTuber Nile Red. He's like a chemist. He had a video about making that cheese, and like the process doesn't look that scary. Like I would expect it to be like more cursed than what it actually is. Nile Red is awesome. Yeah, that is true. Do we have any Bevy expert in the chat right now? Because I've been willing to figure this out. When are run conditions verified? Like if I have a run conditions, a run condition in state, does it like run before during each frame? Right? Like if I have like add systems, update system, run if, in state, game state, main menu, right? That's gonna be verified every frame. Not a Bevy expert, but I'm good at reading source. And the question is like, would it be, because that's my current guess, if we have system sets and we apply the run conditions to the system sets, that's going to be more performant because the run condition is only going to be verified once, right? That would be my assumption. Instead of each frame for every system, it would be each frame for the set, and then from there, systems would be disabled. I'm not a Bevy expert, but I'm great at asking an AI. Okay, dude. I feel like with Bevy, it would be something like, it would give you an answer for like Bevy 0.4 or something like that. Because like what I'm getting at is there a, would it be like, I don't think it's more optimized, not sure. It has to be though. It needs to be more optimized. I refuse to believe that it's not, because like you need to register every single system in your game, right? So there has to be some like really optimal way of disabling a huge chunk of your systems. Aside from, I don't know, not running a schedule entirely. But what I'm getting at is like, is there a benefit of defining a system set in here that would correspond to a specific game state? So have a system state for main menu and then a system set, excuse me, for main menu and system set for story. They use run if and add systems like you were doing in the docs, if that helps. Yeah, but you can have a run if. There is this thing called configure sets, right? And you can say that in update, my game set, main menu should run if. You can like do this. This is possible in state, whatever, right? We could set something like this up, and then any other system would just run in this set. It depends on your needs, like for collision system and order matters, a system set helps. Yeah, but we are overthinking optimization right now. Like I know what system sets are for abstract when it comes to the abstraction, but I wonder about the performance. Just out of curiosity, by the way, because somebody's gonna be like, oh, you shouldn't worry about performance this early into development. You should measure or whatever. It's like, yes, I know. I'm just curious. You want to know the most optimal way to check a condition for multiple systems? Yeah. I don't know how this clarification is going to help you reading through the source code, though. Run the systems only if the condition is true. The condition will be evaluated at most once per schedule run. The first time a system in this set prepares to run. Okay, hold on. What is this documentation of? So it runs every frame. Yeah, but it says at most once. It's docstring of run if. Oh, okay. Well, so that's. Yeah, so it does the check once for the whole set. Yeah, it must. It must do this only once for one set. Okay, you know what? For now, we're not gonna worry about this. Because we probably will need some more granular sets. Either way, we probably don't want to just have a set for main menu and story. We probably want a set for like, you know, instead of having a set for the story, we probably just want a set for updating the player, right? Updating the physics, updating this, updating that. Like probably more granular. I know that one system can belong to multiple sets. Oh, I wonder what is the logical operation then? If you have like multiple sets and they have different conditions and one system belongs to multiple sets, is it or is it and logically? Well, anyway, this is enough overthinking for now. I'd bet on it being or. I don't know actually what I would bet on. Let's add the game state plugin in here. So we have the states. I love gambling. Okay, so let's go to the UI. Give me a second. Spawn. Here we are spawning our little top UI root node, and we probably just want to disable it, at least for now, when we are not in the main menu state. Okay, so I'm gonna make a quick little struct in here. It's gonna be a component just for tagging this like top level. Just for marking the top level UI so we can enable and disable it. What do we need? We need a game state. That's gonna be a resource with a state called game state. And then our query with UI root. Okay, and what are we gonna need? We're gonna need some mutable interactivity and mutable visibility. if game state is changed. I guess we probably don't want to run it, you know, every single time. Oh, is there a run condition for it? There probably is. I don't know if there's a point in using a run condition for this though. Anyway. There is a run condition for it. I remember vaguely. There is an in state and there is state changed or something like that. Why is an artificial 2 named artificial? On enter game state test on exit. Yeah, but that's like for specific transitions, but there's also this one for whatever transition, right? Yeah, but anyway, that's gonna be probably exactly the same. Although let's in the name of science. Yeah, it's like it does exactly the same thing that I do. Okay, so enabled or active, I guess. We can use matches. How does it work? First there's the expression, then the pattern game state.get game state main menu. Interactivity. Can I not set interactivity? What do I do with it? Oh, it's just an enum. Okay. Interactivity is gonna be if active, then inherited, otherwise disabled. Okay. And then visibility is kind of the same. Except this one is hidden. Okay, does this make sense? Apparently not. Oh, iterate mutable. Okay, excuse me. I was thinking about something. For now, we can probably make a little system here. Update game state. Take the input, see where it takes us. And then the state, it's gonna be game state, and then we're gonna need the next state. Let's match the current state. So in the main menu, we don't want to do anything for now. All I care about is just quitting the story to go back to the main menu. Can we do that? Is that legal? I think it's legal. Next state, set game state main menu. Ooh. Okay, that's simple, straightforward. Actually, we can make it even. Oh no, I can leave it like that. Because we could technically use a run condition in here, and it would end up being the same. Let's do it for fun. See what's gonna happen. So now this should only run in the story mode, and then we're gonna exit if we press the cancel key. We can go back to the main menu, which already handles the menu events. So if we press the start button, just gonna do next state, set story. If I could set it, what's the problem? Oh, it's next state. Okay, so this should just toggle the menu. Really simple thing. What are we making right now? I just joined a few minutes ago. UI. I'm trying to sort of wrap it up so I can, because I want to release an updated playtest demo with like some adjustments and changes from the feedback. And currently our project is in sort of an unplayable state because we're in the middle of like making the menu. So I just want to get it to the state where the menu sort of functions so we can distribute the game again. Okay, guys, it doesn't work. Also, the mouse doesn't work anymore. It's probably, hold on, let's not use hot reload for now. Don't mind me just rudimentary commenting out pieces of configuration. Yeah, I'm gonna close this. A condition becomes a box condition eternally via a new condition, and that gets put on the node config to flow into a system config to be added to a schedule graph. Yeah, I do, believe it or not, I do actually know that, but I don't know how the schedule graph is actually resolved. Okay, the options work. Start game does not work. Why is that? Okay, No, never mind. I thought for a second that maybe we didn't add the plugin, but we did. We registered that. So let us check this if we even enter this little thingy. Okay, so I'm gonna press start. Okay, we do enter this. So let's see if this is gonna get called, because it should, because now we're gonna change the state. So next frame, the game state should be changed. Yeah, it did. Ooh, okay, with the rookie mistake, we didn't add the component to anything, the UI root component that we made. Wasting 2 days to set up this debugger is like the best time investment in my life. Let's go to spawn and add this little thing in here. Okay, and we go back. That is absolutely amazing. You know what we could try doing? Because it seems like it would be really easy. We could try pausing the time, the in-game time, when in the menu. So this way we would have like a little pause menu instead of a main menu, but it works, I guess. Okay, I'm looking for some information on how to do that. Tick executor takes executor state, which is tracking evaluated sets, completed sets, more with conditions. Wait, hold on, because you wrote some more comments, I think. Multi-threaded executor's environment consumes a system schedule and its conditions, executor context, logs conditions during tick executor takes executor state, which is tracking evaluated sets. I feel like you're just reading the source code to me though. Because we're still in consumes a system schedule. Okay, but that's like the top level thing that runs everything. Right, and how does it apply to sets? Takes executor state, which is tracking evaluated sets, completed systems, more with conditions. So it's a pretty indirect path. Yeah, I mean, maybe. What if the in-game time doesn't instantly pause, but slowly freezes time until fully frozen? It is a really cool effect, I do agree. Let's start with just pausing, and then we can add little touches like that. Although, I mean, I guess we could add this. I'm thinking if it's not gonna like mess up people. could like maybe speedrun the game, because then you would have like, you would lose time when pausing. Example time API. Let's see what they cooked in here. Okay, so we can set relative speed for the virtual time resource. Okay, exit story, visual pause time. No input this time. We only need the state, not mutable. And we're gonna need time, which is a resource, this time mutable. Virtual time. I wonder how it affects the fixed time. Set relative speed. You can match the state, I guess. Now main menu, it's gonna be 0. Sorry, that's gonna be 1. And user are mutable. Let's add another system. It's gonna be update. No, you know what? Let's do pre-update. You know, what I would like to know, when state transition main, where's the order here? Okay, state transition happens after pre-update. Yeah, so let's just do it on last. Just so that we don't change the time in the middle of other systems. Update time, run if. Okay, but something is wrong here. Or maybe not. Maybe everything is okay. Let's see. Toggle pause looks like what you're looking for. Is it a method on the virtual time? Maybe make a more precise pause for a speedrun mode and make a cool serialized one for normal playthroughs. That's a really good point. Okay, something does not work. Ooh, I know what doesn't work. Our springs, which drive the animation, are ticked using delta seconds from the time, which should be unscaled. No, real. Okay, where else are you being used? Here, okay. We've got a tune out. Good luck with Bevy. Thank you so much for tuning in. You know, have a great rest of the day. Okay, here we go. Now the transitions are working. We can enter the game. Let's see. Okay. Just like that. It just works. Okay, that's awesome, actually. I love how even the animations of the buttons pause. Okay, let's not play the game. Okay, let's see. Toggle, was it toggle? There's no toggle pause. Is it not a method? Is it like a system or something? I'm not sure. Or maybe they were referring to an example. Well, anyway. Hello, man. Good stuff. See you next time. Here in Italy, it's pretty late. No worries. See you next time. Thanks for checking in. Gameplay, video, audio, controls. Main menu, quit options, start the game. Okay. Can we make so that quitting quits the application? That would be cool as well. Okay, there has to be something about that. Quit, not quite. Oh, here it is, quitting the app. App exit event from any system. Okay. App exit, exit writer, send Crazy if true. So your condition applicability is going to dictate whether it's being called for each system, of course, and there's no caching of execution inside the box condition. So need to figure out how distributive runIf from earlier differs. The game closed. This time not because of a panic. It's the first time ever we're closing the game. I mean, I guess I was using the X button previously, so it's not that different. EP, the game closes. Yeah, this is truly the most groundbreaking feature of them all. So if I start the game now, it's gonna start in the main menu state, right? With the main menu being visible. Just let me make sure, excuse me. Yeah, okay. We can start the game. Awesome. Ooh, horizontal vertical navigation, we can take care of that. Game state. Yeah, we're gonna look into that after my break. So I'll be back in 6 minutes, as always. Have a great 6 minutes. Thank you very much. They were so great, in fact, that I came back early. I'm gonna wait though, in case somebody left for like 6 minutes specifically. I see runif will push to collective conditions on a node config instead of distributive run, pushing down for each config. So that would match the documentation, right? Of distributive run running for every system, and then collective, and then just runif running once. Why is it always 6 minutes? It feels like a specific number. Because I need 5 minutes, and there's like 1 minute long buffer in case, I don't know, the kettle takes longer to boil water for my tea or something. And then I'm late, despite the fact that I added 1 minute to the 5 minute break. Okay, gonna get back to doing what we're doing. So I guess I'm just out of curiosity wanna try it out empirically and see what's gonna happen. Do we want to print line? No, we can probably just use a debug in here. Can a system be empty? Let's see. System A, system B. And then like a condition. Actually, I don't know if I'll be able to pause if there is no statement in here, but we'll see. So now if I just do something silly like add systems, let's do update system A, run if condition, and then just to make sure, configure them separately like that in separate calls. This is always gonna be true. I'm just gonna see. Yeah, no, I don't think I'll be able to make a breakpoint inside of this function. How often are these streams? Every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday at the same time as this one. You can, if you go to my Twitch page, there's a schedule over there. Yo, happy Friday to you specifically. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Hold on, let's see. Let's run the debugger. Let's make it not pause in here. Okay, so I paused on this condition. Question is, can I pause on these systems? Okay, so the condition is run twice, and then system A and system B is happening. Interesting. So I'm assuming that if I do this, that's just gonna run it once, right? There's your answer on the only way Bevy lets you avoid re-evaluating conditions for each system that its underlying archetype component access is compatible with. What is an archetype component access? Archetypes are like collections of components. How's the deving? It's going great. We have a little menu that we can actually like, you know, hide and play the game. And it pauses the game, and then I can quit the game. Revolutionary stuff, actually, if you ask me. That's what the doc string says. Okay. But let me check this. See, but if I define this on a tuple like that, now it's being run only once per the tuple, which makes sense and is exactly what I would expect. Now the question is if defining a condition on a set is going to result in the same behavior, because that's what's interesting to me. And then of course there's the question of like run if behaving differently depending on the parameters of the condition, because it's probably having some effect on that. Access is a public component. If you want to go pull it up in the docs. Is it the query access or is it the reflection access? Tracks read and write access to specific elements in a collection. Runif does not behave differently based on condition parameters. I'm pretty sure it does. Like not runif itself, but if you have like two different systems with some run conditions and these conditions are not compatible with each other, that is, they cannot run at the same time because they access the same data. Although the question is, can they like mutate data, or do they have to do like a read-only access? That's also another question. Yeah, okay, so let me just test a set really quick. Just to make sure. I'm gonna steal this whole thing. Okay, and then this is gonna be in set, test set, and this is gonna be system A. Okay. Let me compile this. Is the pause menu supposed to render behind the anchor's circle? No. That's the systems being ordered in the wrong way. Like I said earlier, conditions are internally. I love that, like I said earlier, as if I remembered all of the code that you wrote. Okay, this compiled. Yeah, it makes sense for the conditions to not mutate the world. Yeah, it is only run once. That's interesting though. So what if the condition relies on a resource that will get modified by system A, so that the condition no longer matches? The system B is gonna use the old value, I guess. Oh well, anyway, we will not be configuring sets just yet. Regardless, I feel like, have I deleted something? What's up? Oh, the pause time is missing. Okay. What have we changed in here? Oh, the order. Okay. Well, then let's amend this. Yeah, horizontal vertical navigation should be quick and simplify a lot of things. Immediately all of this is not necessary. It's gonna be horizontal, vertical. We will no longer use the reference. So we're gonna do forward and backward. If you wanna read the most relevant source code for this for yourself, pull up executor multi-threaded. I mean, I will need to eventually read through all of the source code for that. This can be just a chain with entities, and then we can actually use the type parameter to dictate the direction. So that's gonna be cool. Okay, but we will no longer be able to do this using windows, I don't think. I mean, we're gonna need 3 windows, and then we're gonna take the window 1, use the T, and here give it these 2. So you have a nice navigation, but that's gonna omit the first and the last one. No, what's your problem? Cannot be sent between threads safely. Well, you should be. What else? Navigation T to implement. What else do you need? So why is the reflect duplicated in here? That's kind of weird. I was only listening with half an ear and thought you meant Microsoft Windows and was confused. No. I mean like the array windows. Can I somehow loop Windows? That would be nice. I found something. Not just abstract sequences so it can't wrap around or create a combination that isn't already present in memory. It shouldn't be too hard to create a custom iterator that cycles through 3 items. Okay, I know how we're gonna fix it. We're just gonna do it manually. We're just gonna pass a duplicated first and last element to the chain and not worry about that. Okay, so this would be navigation. What else broke? We no longer need this. It's gonna be vertical and horizontal. So my wording earlier, not expecting you to remember everything, but I said was wanting to let you know that there was more context in the messages you skipped if you wanted to scroll back. Yeah, I get you. I was half joking. No, all of this is not necessary. No, it still is. Hold on. It's just that we're gonna use vertical. It's gonna be. Is it gonna be forward? What do we consider to be forward? 0. Okay, so yeah, up would be forward. No longer need the reference. That's nice. It's horizontal. So right. That doesn't make sense. Right is gonna be backward. It's whatever. Okay, this would work. This should work just fine. I wonder if there's a way to simplify that. Let's try to rewrite this, like using options, just to see how it would work. So this would be like what? Vertical map. Right, this would be the first branch, and then unwrap or and this would be the fallback. I don't think there's gonna be any simpler. Oh, okay, what about just if else, but inside of writer.send, like this. Chandu 16, hi, hello, welcome to the stream. This is like the the most Rust version, but this looks the best to me. It's definitely better than this because we don't need to duplicate all of this. You're on a Linux? No, that's Windows. Look, here's the menu. I'm a gamer, okay? I need to have a Windows operating system. No, I'm kidding. I do have a dual boot with Arch, by the way. I don't know if I ever told you. I have Arch, by the way. It's just that, I don't know. I have most of my tools in here, like Affinity Designer is not for Linux. Stuff like that. I run mine in Hyper-V Ubuntu. Ubuntu? I don't know how you say that. Okay, it's not gonna be any simpler than that. Any simpler, at least not for now. Let's register vertical and horizontal. Okay, now something should break. Yeah, here we go. We don't have app anymore. I'm gonna do navigation vertical, and then just chain. And now to make the windows work, which we already kind of do that. We just needs to add quit here, right? And now the windows are gonna go like this: start, options, quit. Perfect. Access sparset index looks neat. Does Bevy have other types that work efficiently with component IDs like that? They're using an access archetype component ID for condition execution. That's internally mostly a bunch of fixed bit sets. I don't know. I do think that what you're saying is true. Because I remember them talking about implementing components that can be enabled or disabled, and they were talking about how they could just invert the bit mask that represents the component. So it does make sense. You also work on first-person shooter games? Currently I'm working on a 2D puzzle platformer. I don't play a lot of first-person shooters in general. I mean 3D stuff. No. I mean not right now. I would love to one day, but currently we're working on a 2D game. Okay, that would actually, it seems that it worked pretty well. I'm kind of surprised even. Will Astortion have a jump button at some point? It will have jumping, probably. Because the playtesters are slowly breaking me. The amount of times I've heard that it feels like you should be able to jump. It feels annoying that I cannot jump. It's like they're gonna break me, and I'm gonna have to add jumping. But I was thinking about this recently. Hold on, let me power up Krita so I can draw some things and show you what I mean. Because initially my plan was to like not add jumping and then have a lot of mechanics that sort of lift you off the ground and operate on that. Mostly because I wanted to avoid falling into the typical platformer set of mechanics where it's like, oh, I have a jump button, so then you probably want to have a double jump, and then you probably want to have a dash, right? And then you end up making another platformer like everything else. But I think there is some cool things that you can do, like for example with the wall, right? Hold on, let me show you that in the game as well, so that you know what I'm talking about. So you can like run up the wall, right? This is already like a mechanic. You can keep a lot of momentum. We can make it even better, right? We could make her run up the wall even higher. So then I can imagine it would be fun if you could like run up the wall and then jump off of it, right? And then, I don't know, jump off of onto like a walkable wall, right? That's like the white thingy, and then continue upwards. It does seem fun. And then as long as the jumping is not like too overpowered, so the character doesn't jump too high, I think we could make it work. Like maybe, let's go here. Like here, for example, having a jump button here shouldn't help you, right? You would still need to use this anchor to get up onto this place. Same with this distance, right? I don't think it would be possible to like make this jump, but you can go here and this, right? Jumping is not gonna help you here. So I feel like I was a bit too afraid that jumping would make these things unnecessary. But sort of the longer I think of it, I feel like I could, here's what I mean. I feel like I could add jumping to this level and most of the level would still work just fine. Like the jumping itself would not break the game. So I may be growing accustomed to the idea of having a jump button. Hold on, because I wasn't reading the chat. EP jumping, okay. Pogging news. Just put it as an accessibility feature. It's like a, easy difficulty or something. It looks annoying that there is no jump. It's been in the back of my mind every time I watch. The human desire to b-hop. Yeah, so there is gonna be a jump, probably. I do want to add it for the next playtest just to see what's gonna happen. We do need to experiment with a lot of things, by the way, because like the playtest was fun, but there's still some room for improvement. For example, I do wonder if we could change the scale of the world. If we could zoom out the camera a bit, make the camera bigger, right? And then increase the size of the player as well, then we would end up having sort of like a better view of what's happening. Hold on, let me show you. Right, like imagine that the camera is gonna be like, 333 for eternity. Now, obviously, the player the character is gonna look smaller on the screen, so we're gonna have to make the character bigger, but all of the like velocity and speed now is kind of slower. It appears to be slower, right? And it seems like you're getting a better view of what's happening. So you can imagine that like the anchors would remain the same size, but the player is just a little bit bigger. I feel like we need to generally experiment with the scale. And then you can imagine the camera being better at framing. So like if you approach this section, for example, right, the camera does this little thing that it usually does. It like follows you, but then the moment you enter this, it sort of like centers in here, so you see what's happening. A lot of stuff that we need to do. Just hide it under a really big macro. They can jump, they can say that there is jumping. Then you can say that there is jumping, but the jump button will be something like Shift, Control, Windows, Alt, and L. That is something. That is a solution. No, but we need to like, we need to like actually work with the players, right? You can just be mean to the players when making a video game. I don't know, maybe this scale is a bit too big. It is playable. Let's go to the hooks, because the hooks are the ones that are sort of influenced by the visibility. No, it seems like you can play the level just fine, actually. Maybe it's even better. Actually, never mind. Don't add jumping. Just look at what IGN did when trying out Cuphead. Was that IGN? Are you referring to this one reviewer who like struggled a lot in the tutorial? Or did IGN do something else? There's no way that was IGN. I thought that was Polygon. You know, but like the sad thing about this is that a lot of people give that reviewer, you know, a lot of hate, but he did end up like giving a really good score to Cuphead, right? So it's not like he struggled with the game and was like, oh no, the game is bad, you know, 4 out of 10. The game got like 10 out of 10 or something like that. I feel like you can be passionate about games and still struggle a lot in Cuphead. Actually watching gameplay now instead of reading Bevy stuff, and this looks sick. Thank you. I do think we are onto something with that. Yeah, I feel like if we add jumping and then we move on to the puzzles, because I'm also the teleportation mechanic like this, I feel like it's gonna do a lot of cool stuff. I was actually playing with it, trying to like see if I can like imagine that I want to get onto this ledge at the top, like if I can use teleportation for that. And it is possible, but you need to fall from a very from a very tall place. Like this. But I feel like that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be hopefully like the core of the game. Okay, anyway, I'm playing the game instead of making the game. That's that's not productive. Oh, I can get rid of this. Actually, all of this can go. Let's go back to 25. It was GamesBeat lead writer and reporter Dean Takahashi. I think at some point they said that they're just generally not good with platformers. Yeah, I wouldn't hold that against them. I spent my first half hour with Wario World recently just messing with movement in the hub and first level. I've never played Wario. Isn't Pizza Tower inspired by Wario? Or am I making it up? Like, is it the same genre of a game? Is my question. Inspired especially by Wario Land 3. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I need to play some more platformers because I'm also a bit rusty. I played Rain World recently. I don't know which one of you recommended this game to me, but I hate it with passion. This game is like what I hate the most about Rain World is how addicting it is. Because like I can't stop playing, even though I have like the worst time ever playing this game, because it's like the most unfair game to ever exist on this planet. What hurts the most is that, you know, it wasn't a mistake. They like designed the game specifically. It was engineered to be this way. You need to try out Animal Well. Yeah, it is on my to play list. It's been on my radar ever since it appeared on Steam under Astortion as games similar to this. I was like, oh, I need to check this out. So playing Rain World co-op is fun, like blowing each other up fun. Yeah, I can imagine that. Because it has this, this like finicky, weird physics-based character controller that's like really, really typical for like party games, right? The controls were also designed by Devil himself. Like the fact that the entire game uses like one button. It's like, oh, you need to climb up the ledge. Oh, that's A. You need to drop down the ledge. That's A. You need to like use the zippy thingy that shoots. That's A. Like there's no other button. Like everything is A, and the joystick. I call it the 2D Exanima platformer. What do you mean by that? I don't understand the word Exanima. Okay, we can merge that. Exanima is another physics-driven game. Check it out sometime. It's really fun too. Oh no. You can see my 27 hours on record. Still haven't finished the game, by the way. I'm currently stuck on the exterior. That's all I'm gonna say, because I don't know what is spoilers and what isn't. I also had to restart the game. I restarted the game halfway through because I did something stupid, and I was like, no, I'm restarting. Okay, I'm gonna add this to my wish list. Does your in-game dev tooling support system stepping? Yeah, but really rudimentary for now. I added it mostly when working with physics. I'm gonna show you. I have stepping in here, and then I can play the game, and I can enable stepping, and now we are paused, and I can let go. Currently, I think every single schedule is added to the stepping, so the UI is not being rendered. But yeah, I do have some stepping configuration. But haven't really used it since we're no longer working with the player controller that much. Let's see. Do we want to take care of viewport scaling? I don't think we do. It's been 4 hours, and I need to go to sleep actually. So I figure this is gonna be a good time for finishing this live stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Thanks for helping with writing this abomination. And yeah, good luck with whatever you're working on. Speedrunners, glitch hunters would love you if you keep stepping in the final build somewhere, even if it's in the back corner of settings. I'll think about this. This is an interesting point. Have a great evening. Thank you. Thank you too, guys. You have Discord, by the way. No, not currently. We do have a Discord for patrons, but it's not public right now. Apologies for that. Okay, so see you on Sunday. Hopefully I'm gonna, figure out the UI and do some refactoring of the common package. If I don't do that refactoring, we will do this on the live stream. Okay, bye-bye.